in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption split tight as it bites. In this endless trial we pay the price.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the Faster Clock. That is the Young Thug RICO Trial. If you haven't heard it by now, Detective Dennis was yeeted from the trial. Yeah, after a full day of almost, up until lunch and then a bit after lunch. And then he was yeeted. And, oh boy, the fashion he was yeeted at. Oh, yeah. He single-handedly almost ruined the state's prosecution. Almost. Sadly, not full. But we will go through, because the curative instruction was for the jury to forget his testimony today and the exhibits. And they would shred the notes they had taken from his testimony. But I think with knowing that, they still got to hear all of Detective Dennis today. So that is what we are going to go through. This is what the Judge Whitaker wants them to forget. So yeah, let's go through it. And by the way, hello folks. Say hello to Gwendolyn, Gigi, Snivels, and Jessica, Lulmis, and Diana Scholar or Scholar, I don't know, Casper, and everybody over at Twitter as well, or X as it's called now. All right, let's go through what the jury is supposed to forget now.
Objections made. That is that if if there's a foundation objection or a 403 objection, I'll rule on it at that point in time when the objection's made.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state want to be heard about it beyond that? Okay. All right. Are we ready to get the jury in? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You want to go ahead and have, I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis. Okay.
Retired detective, Your Honor.
Retired Detective Dennis. Okay. Anyway, let's get the jury in. All right.
Oh boy, Detective Dennis. When you woke up this morning, did you expect to be an absolute clown? Just a few hours later. Yeah, I don't understand how they are supposed to forget it. Now, the saving grace here can be that because they have gotten instructions before, and they knew it was really serious when Judge Glanville was yeeted from the case, and they were supposed to forget about Woody's testimony, a few days of his testimony. So they already been through this once, and they know it's serious when a judge gets yeeted. And now a guy, that guy, Detective Dennis, gets yeeted more or less the exact same way. How do you not discredit everything he's said in this trial? He's been there on a few occasions before and testifying, and now all of a sudden the judge says, well, he's gone. And your notes are getting shredded, and the evidence are no longer admitted that were admitted through him. They know he's done something really bad to get there. So the saving grace here could be that, well, if he screws up this bad, then I'm going to disregard him and his evidence all the way. But let's go through it first.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hill.
The witness mic,
The witness
Oh,
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh,
I
this
don't know
one.
why I did, but
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was at 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue.
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night, and usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
See how good he is at taking instructions? He knows how to conduct himself in the courtroom. As soon as there is an objection, he shuts up.
Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting, and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper,
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
a family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
That interesting testimony they are supposed to forget.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams' driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015, I believe.
Okay.
That piece of evidence is no longer admitted, including how he found out about the connection. That's out.
And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to turn the Stacey's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor. But we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta.
Yeah, and this is also out because of what he did later on. So he testified how he found this connection, which means hopefully the defense can, if the prosecution tries to get this admitted in some other way, they can say, that's out because Detective Dennis.
Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what the...
Yep.
Overruled.
Best evidence rule.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have,
I had to.
all right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey's Exhibit 546Y. Is 546Y one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake N-words page?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
This time the state would like to tender Stacey's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But the
Death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter, sir, and I object.
Your Honor, maybe approach, I think it might be on longer.
And we have a sidebar. That brings us to sidebar number 297. Whoop, 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 whoop. Closing in on 300. And this is the beauty with recaps. You can skip ahead. And I'm also playing this in 1.25 speed to save time. Oh, this is a long one.
Okay, and that's 546Y. All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay.
So they did
And let
not
me ask you this,
redacted.
Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes,
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
But this piece of evidence also out. Yeah, something happened with this stream from court today. Every time they show something on the Zoom feed, that big screen, they cut out sound. Don't know why.
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulgence one moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice. Okay. That's like saying, I've never been to Europe. Once I went there twice. Jesus.
as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
Could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause, unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was nibbled back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
And that is through pretend science tool mark identification, which I've gone through on numerous occasions during different trials I have covered. Tool mark identification is not a science. It isn't. It is a subjective opinion that at best can be used to rule out certain guns, certain ammo, but never. There's no thing as, oh, this is a conclusive match. No. Just no.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
What about Jamal Baines?
Yes.
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
Yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with If Gang.
And why aren't they on trial instead of YSL?
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
If Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26th, 2015?
Several.
Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day, was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And then on that same day, was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes.
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay? 15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes.
Then 2672?
Yes.
And then 2801?
Correct.
And with 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other.
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity. It's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
inconsistent statement.
Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge Montunk and Quindara Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen.
Was this? Let me ask you: are you also hearing weird? That the sound is weird from the court stream. Oh yeah, crazy sound. I have no idea what happened to audio. Oh wow! All of a sudden, my CPU is running at 100%. But okay, I don't know what's going on here. Huh. Folks, let me just restart here because my computer just yeah. No, I don't have Discord app in the background. I don't know. Let me restart. I will be right back, folks. I'll be right back. I need to restart here and see if that fixes it. And I'm back. Yay. Let's see if that fixes it. Dun, dun, dun. We were off to the sidebar and a few minutes in.
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge Montunk and Quindara Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen.
Yeah, and again, when they are showing this on Law and Stewart, sound was gone. Okay. It's really weird why my CPU spiked that way.
Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February of 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
All right. What did you?
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Daviante Fleetwood. Is that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
To your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Steelwell.
Now, I said this openly over at X before all the shenanigans happened. Then I think he's making shit up as he goes along. That is why they are asking such leading questions. Now, they probably had lots of meetings with each other. This is how my questions. This is how I hope you will answer. I think it's, unless they can substantiate it through the reports, which are mysteriously missing, unless they found that one that like they found Gaithers, I don't care. If it's not substantiated that this was the conclusion you actually draw at that time, memorialized in reports, then I assume he's lying and making shit up. Oh, Josie Jan, thank you for your gifted membership. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. That is actually the first gifted membership today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Where did that come from? Oh. Let me get my banner up. Whew. Oh, I got to the mute button in time this time. Whew. All right, but thank you so much, Josie Jan. And it went to Otto. Otto, thank you so much. Let's continue.
Jackson.
Do you know Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim of that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and it's all made up, probably.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35. Oh, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Sorry, folks, I had to blow my nose.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
And we have a sidebar. Sidebar counter 298. Oh, closing in fast. And luxury of recapping. We'll skip ahead.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Calvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Spoiler, there will be some asked and answered that Judge Whitaker will have an issue with, because those were asked and answered on his previous testimonies. But since she wasn't there, she is having a hard time actually granting any objections or overruling, which goes back to what Mr. Harvey said when she took over for Judge Glanville. There is no way for Judge Whitaker to actually do this correctly because she wasn't there at the beginning. Just the fact they had to change judge mid-trial due to judge's misconduct should have been a mistrial with prejudice in itself. But here we are. And please, folks, hit the thumbs up while you're here. If you have been here for more than 5 minutes,
Now, the Lil
you
Wayne bus
probably
shooting happened on
like
April
being
26,
here.
2015?
Thank you.
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28, 2015?
1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demiki and Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demekion Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah. No.
Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-05888.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
A lot of numbers to keep in your head. Here's a pad.
Yeah, that that was just plain stupidity. Does these numbers mean anything to you? And he looks like a blank slate. Josie Jan gifted a membership to Tomiko. Thank you so much. That is the second gifted memberships today. You both now have access to all my members only perks. Congratulations, and thank you, Jersey Jan, for your continued support of this channel. Oh no,
1531. Come back to that chart in 1 second. Ivan Thomas.
Yes.
And did you show him pictures?
And retired Phoenix became a member all by themselves. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if anybody else is contemplating that, it's $3 a month. $3 a month, and you get hundreds of hours of members-only content just for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that brings us to 3 members today. Thank you.
To confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him.
Yes.
Permission to approach the
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all those images.
While he's looking, can you approach it?
Yes.
And what do? They approach, which brings us to sidebar counter 299. We're almost at 300. And through the magic of recap, skipping ahead.
As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary said was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
And it's 540.
And remember, this is also thrown out. Everything it testifies to, that sequence number, thrown out.
542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB. The images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA. YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to
You may.
YA. Look at 542YA. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks,
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson.
Remember when the prosecution alleged that Shannon Stillwell was identified through witnesses in a certain crime back in 2015 because the description of the assailant at that time was dreadlocks. He was wearing dreads. Now, as you can clearly see, back then, no dreads. None.
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Thank you. Now, during during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
Now, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
And none of those are in evidence anymore because of former retired Detective Dennis.
No objection, we have Mr. Wood.
All right, there's your admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now,
Greg, do I think the state can prove their case now that he has been excluded as a witness? I didn't think they could prove this case with him, and it's going to get increasingly worse with him out. And yes, I know. This is I'm not muting this. This is the Law and Seaward stream that for some odd
I'm going to show
reason,
you.
every time they showed that big screen on their live stream, they cut out the sound.
Was already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Yeah, I know that computer screen has no audio source, but they have been able to do it otherwise anyway by, I don't know what happened today because it hasn't been an issue before.
Or Club Crucial.
Hey, Brandon.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK.
Yeah, I can't do much about this.
LL. When the address dropped. Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's
Every time I see them do this with the notepad, I see this. This is all I can see. Every time they start to write stuff down, this is my immediate thought. Yeah, it's so...
where the media got beat up.
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by IF gang members?
Yes.
And was D'Amica a YSL member?
Yes.
And so after D'Amica gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
That's an answer, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is Darren Mills an if gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the land drum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL.
Yes.
It's really easy to testify when you have everything
And then
written
after
in
the
front
shooting
of you.
at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 drill.
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If gang.
This is so rehearsed, it's
Was
ridiculous.
that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both?
Yeah, my Photoshop skills are immaculate. You can hardly see. It's seamless, isn't it?
Sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting if gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
I mean, have you had the opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we approach.
First, this piece of evidence is also excluded. And what number is it? It's sidebar counter 300. Ooh, whoop whoop. Sidebar counter 300. Oh. Oh. It's like timeless Tony Storm. She is a pro wrestler, wrestling for AEW. She said after she made a promo after Hurricane Milton because she lives in Florida. She said, "As you can see, I'm very, very wet and not in the fun way." Oh, just as sidebar 300, yeah. Another landmark. Oh. Skipping it.
Or whatever it is that view.
Okay. They are now going to play a video from a strip club. Oh no. Where a brawl broke out. Thank you for your $3.00 super sticker. Fist bump. It's a fist bump super sticker. Yay! Thank you so much, yes, Jen. All right, let's brace ourselves. They're playing, I believe, from a strip club. Brace ourselves.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video in the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's the Martha, the jury of the trial, 543Y. Is that a copy?
Can we have a guess how many times he watched that video and not for the brawl that broke out? Could it have been 300?
That video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You know, this time to say like a tender and admit and publish this in the 543Y.
All right, I'm sorry, 543Y, that's admitted, you may.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. I mean, for us, me sitting here, you, the viewers, it's okay to laugh at the ridiculousness here. But him on the stand as a professional, as opposed gang expert, giggling like a 13-year-old, yeah, that's not professional. I think I see titties. Ah, you blurred it. No, there they are.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on.
It's John
In the
Conyers'
video.
birthday.
In this first video, you're going to see a
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John. Happy birthday to you. And titties. Brandon, he's supposed to be professional. At trial, at least.
individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it. Yes.
Yeah, might not have this stream monetized. Oh, thank you, John. Thank you. Yeah, this video is out too, so they have to try to get it admitted. Oh, that's a brawl.
Y. Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
Oh, color.
Some people saying, but that's a different angle. This is where the fight is going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
Yeah, that's a titty bar. And that's a brawl.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica, for your super sticker, which is a kitten saying, ha ha ha.
1 minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with
Greg Brand-new. Nick, do they have strip clubs like that where you are? I wouldn't know. Allegedly. Nah, we don't have many of those here. At all. Actually. It's a bit sad. We're a socialistic country over here. A woman's body is supposed to be only for breeding, more or less.
Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
Okay. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
How the flaming F is this barely knowledgeable human being able to tell if somebody has a learning disability? That is insanely stupid.
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Courts in Belgium.
Yes.
Oh, really? Atlanta is known as the home of the Script Club? Okay, I didn't know that. Completely unrelated. I am planning to go back to Atlanta for closing arguments. And whenever that happens, it could be March, it could be August, it could be 2026. I don't know. Hey, we are rated. Catnot Williams. For you who just joined here, if you go back 5 to 10 minutes, you get to see the titty bar. The brawl in the titty bar. We also, if you go back 15 minutes, you get to see the sidebar number 300 celebration. Hey. And as I just explained, Atlanta is apparently known as the home of the Script Club. And completely unrelated, I'm planning to go back to Atlanta during closing arguments. And if you want to support and sponsor that, you can do it via Super Chats, viewing Super Chats, gifted memberships, or via PayPal, which is pinned on the top of the chat. Hello, cat. Yeah, you had great timing. Yeah, so just go back 10 minutes and you get to see our reaction to the titty bar. And you might hear me singing to John Commune, who is celebrating his birthday today. Hey.
Yeah, if this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes. And in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break.
Just go back 10-15 minutes and you can see the 300 sidebar. Please! Shares blazing. Really?
I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all go ahead and we'll take our recess as well.
And here is the beauty with recap. You can skip ahead so we can watch all the things that are no longer admitted.
And make sure nobody has any issue with it. So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider the statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want? Your Honor? Yes.
We just want to renew our objection on the admissibility.
Understood.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And
We don't.
for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
Remind him? Okay, great.
Important to remember for what happens later. They have sat down with him and told him and gone through, you cannot say certain things. And still, what happened later in the day? Pink slime, foreboding.
All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then so I'll let you
All right,
know
so give me sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Skipping. Yeah, I don't know where Miss Love is today. Maybe she realized that she is, besides being a horrible human being who probably sacrifices baby lambs to Satan each morning, that she is actually ruining this case by just attending. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know. And all of these papers he's going through now are no longer in evidence.
That wasn't there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes. Yes, sir. Those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest they started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th,
Yes.
not
25th.
January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th? 16th? Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or a
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Those two things are not exclusive. Mr. Williams had a show there. A majority of his friends went with him because he had a show there. And then perhaps a handful or less took the chance, let's get out of Dodge.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Objection, speculation. Now, it is, but... Sir Frank Carter, been a member for 3 months. Love 666. Will you be back with a motion to reconsider? Yeah, I would assume she does. I would assume she does.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1 LL. And again, what was the case number on 1 LL?
All that. Oh, look at that.
Is this the 1 LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right, now I want to show you what's already in as 2 LL.
And as you know, whenever she does that, or the prosecution puts out that damn notepad thingy, this is what I think. This is what I think. Hey, Chloe, Albert Revenge, member for a whole month. He apparently drives a Power Wheels Jeep. And no weapon for me against me. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Saying thank you for breaking this case down. Thank you for your support of this channel. Thank you so much. And the issue with every time they put up something on the screen, sounds off.
0588.
No.
Yeah, this part isn't really interesting. Let's skip ahead a bit.
At any point, did he waive?
Objection, Your Honor.
At any point, did he waive? Well, initially, when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come up to the.
Are you serious? Are you? You cannot comment on the fundamental right to remain silent. You cannot make that. Oh, for fuck.
Bench.
And sidebar counter 301. On the way to sidebar number 400. Skipping ahead.
Around January 6th.
In a crime.
After you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding, but let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police. And if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead, Father.
Sure, it was just a misunderstanding.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about?
How many sidebars can a sidebar bar if a sidebar could sidebar? Good one. Good one.
The tension or conflict he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about.
Oh, I got a request here. Nick, show Chloe, Fanny, and Nathan's trip. Yes. Yes. Folks, you know about the Fanny Willis, Nathan Wade. They were trying to tell the world, oh no, we are not doing the boinky boinky boink at all. But we all know they did. And there were travels and there was everything and money and everything. And I got a hold of a short video of what was going on in Aruba on one of their trips.
He had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him, and his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something. So he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding of what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of the gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was a nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a blood, so he started being a blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling him that they just jumped, and he was like, "Pull up on me." And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on. You said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and IF gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
DDDP. I know DDP, Diamond Dallas Page, but he's retired. American pro wrestler. Really good at his time. Really, really good. Was the heavyweight champion of the world in pro wrestling at one time. But I don't think they are talking about him here. Yes, sir, Frank Carter. Yes, I know. I'm still a Mick Foley boy. Mick Foley all the way. I'm a really big fan
with the chain on, yes.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan of not cartoonish, but people in that industry of pro wrestling that still goes with never out of character, like Abaddon. Could have been a better wrestler, but her gimmick is amazing. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Dennis, I don't think he knows gangs at all. He is a good pretender. A really, really good pretender. Oh, yeah, Todish, Sid Vicious, amazing wrestler. Rest in peace, Sid Vicious.
Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun, and then he was the driver, and so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he can remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Relevant. Objection on relevant.
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, I believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it
How
appear that
long
that
did
target
YFN?
shifted to anyone else?
And speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music.
Oh, God.
As a gang investigator,
You are about to hear some of the most stupid things you have heard in your entire lives. I can't believe the judge approved of it. I can't believe.
music ever become part of your investigation?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well,
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
Yeah. This is also something I really think is immensely unconstitutional, that they can change Detective Dennis from a fact witness to an expert witness mid-testimony. In my personal opinion, you're either there as a fact witness or an expert witness, not both. It's because that is bolstering of your own self. It's BS.
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times, it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated as a gang investigator, how have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song "Get It Back in Blood." "Get It Back in Blood" is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood, and it basically spells it out.
Folks, some late 80s, early 90s, the first wave of Norwegian black metal entered the music scene. There were murders, they burnt down churches, violence, and not even then, in a semi-socialistic country like Norway, did they allow lyrics as evidence. Because lyrics is free speech. Free speech, the First Amendment, is there to protect the speech you don't like. If you like it, then it doesn't need protection. It is always the speech you don't like that needs protection. Now, actual personal threats are always illegal. I am going to take that broomstick and shove it in your ear, and it is a credible threat. That is a threat. Lyrics that says, "Hey, we're gonna retaliate," I have no idea what song they are talking about. Nah, free speech.
Out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Action asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
Exactly, Judge Whitaker. You can't answer that because you weren't here the entire trial. And it's one of the reasons why this trial should have ended when Judge Glanville was yeeted.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
Just
go
very
ahead and
quickly.
do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow become a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music. We chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work,
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Sustained.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of questioning evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight, or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704,
Subliminal message. Oh, I told you. You were going to hear something of the most stupid things you've ever heard in your life here. And it's actually been said in court. Subliminal messaging.
Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had Daubert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we, he,
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we didn't have to take either a break or approach.
Back when the Daubert hearing of this jackass actually happened, the interpretation of music was mentioned in passing. I don't believe, in my opinion, that it actually qualified him as a lyrics interpreter. He is a gang expert, but I do not believe he was actually admitted to this degree. And when it comes to experts, when they testify, they have to have shown this is a proven science, or it has been used as at least a scientific method. There is a way for this expert to show this is how I do it. There is a standard to it. In no way, shape, or form does subliminal messaging in songs have ever been like I mean, they had, remember in the 80s, they had this congressional hearing. I'll see if I, with when all these parental advice stickers came about, and that was Tipper Gore, who had this notion that metal music is evil and kids should be protected, more or less in the same fashion as jazz should be banned back in the 20s, because boo, evil people. And Dee Snider from Twisted Sister, because he went to the Congress more or less in stage clothes, more or less, and told the story of, well, when Tipper Gore claims that this song is about bondage, that has more to do with her than us. If she wants to hear bondage in a song, okay, she hears bondage. It's not about bondage. Yeah. And this is the same type of moral outcry flattery. And they are having a break.
Is there any other objection to him being able to testify?
Ms. Hilton said something about it.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, so we're checking right now.
All right, and
Usually,
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer Investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
This just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all
discussed.
right, no, but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. But that's what I was objecting
She's not, right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations.
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just
Understood,
that
but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed to the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think, you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the.
Okay.
And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had
you
the
know,
public hearings.
it may be that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now.
And it's stupid keeps coming. First of all, LaShawn became a YouTube member. Thank you. That brings us to 4 new members today. Thank you for becoming a member. You now have access to all my members-only content and all the other members-only perks. And via PayPal from Mahadi de Jesus, thank you so much for your $20. Thank you so much. That is deeply appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, now this is... But remember, this is also thrown out due to Detective Dennis' conduct later on. This here is also thrown out. What? Because this is... Oh, yeah, Discord link. Hold on. What? Because they are more or less reproffing him as an expert in this specific area, which is now thrown out with his interpretation of the lyrics. But can you really unhear what he has to say? The stupidity of it? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. I am currently at my community page. And now I'm posting a new Discord link for all you members. And in that Discord, you have... I pop in there once in a while, but it's mainly you. Talking to each other, get to know each other, and share thoughts, memes, jokes, and suggestions of cases I could be interested in and all of that. All right, let's move into the...
I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding,
I don't know.
perhaps that might be
Oh,
helpful.
I've looked at the finding. That doesn't, I mean.
Well, not
that-
the order.
It's the ruling. It
Okay.
appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection.
This is the kind of interactions you want with your client, actually helping out. Because 2 people remember more than 1, and that is still not Ian Ronkel, time traveling from the future.
Well, regardless.
Yeah. Mahalia de Jesus. Harvey was correct. She should have recused or mistrial due to not able to catch up.
I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it.
And through the magic of recapping, I can skip forward.
Outside to get.
Wait on Mr. Short.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Butts is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see.
Go ahead.
Anyway. All right. Have a seat.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Percifield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we've maintained our position that he is not qualified to testify about what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay. Well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another.
And Judge Whitaker, what you're about to do is such a leap. Lyrics are not communications. And thank you, LeSean, for gifting the membership. Thank you so much. That brings us to 5 new members today. Thank you so much, LeSean. And sorry if I'm butchering your name.
What it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered. I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because
right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our
I don't know. Let's get him in here. If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript.
Yay! I said LeSean.
Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hilton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
Remember a few minutes ago when I said you're about to hear something immensely stupid? It has not ended yet. Some of the things that Mr. Dennis is about to say, I want you to imagine me saying the exact same words and think, how would your reaction have been if I said the words he said? Me, as the whitest person on the planet.
No, Your Honor. And what he was qualified in is a gang expert. And I am positive he talked about how gang members use music.
Were you there
I was
for it?
present.
Okay.
And
And
how,
is this from your memory?
this is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and
Yes.
using those in your
Yes.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire?
And she trusts him on his word.
Him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Delbert hearing.
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is, how do gangs use music, period?
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Delbert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Really? That's
Understood.
aged like
Let's
milk.
get the jury.
And
Well, honestly, we should just let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half at that.
All right.
And we know that was a lie because they actually planned for him to be the rest of the day.
Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
all right, after continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in.
And they are off to lunch. And through the medium of recap, I can
Gangs in
skip ahead.
specific.
To learn.
Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. You tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that? And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit, would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talked about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
Let's play that again. Now, imagine me, the whitest guy on this planet, saying the exact same thing here, claiming, this is how I know.
What you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment.
Imagine me saying those words. There would be marches against me. I would be cancelled, jobless, and homeless by the end of that day if I even made a comment like that.
And how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors.
Or maybe these movies are explanatory, because these movies didn't start gangs. Gangs were an issue long before these movies were out. What these movies showed, in my opinion, was this struggle, being in poverty, having basically no future, and even these who were in gangs committing crimes were still human. What I'm hearing from that jackass is, folks, don't see these people as humans. And I'm infuriated by it. And wow, K squared, $100. Thank you so much. Love the commentary. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is really, really nice of you. AK then said, did he not say he grew up in a neighborhood with gangs? Now he say he's learned about it, gangs on TV. Yeah. Deanne Thomas, sir, gangs are not pushed on communities through media. It's through the government and their policies. Poverty, corruption. Yeah. This, and I've said it for so long, that the investigators in the gang unit must be some of the most incompetent cops I've ever heard of. And he just showed us. He just showed us. It's... And again, imagine me saying those words.
All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had any, you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
So first you said you didn't know about Blood or Crips until the movie Colors. And now you're saying through your upbringing, you learned how to interpret. How's it going to be, Detective Dennis? Well, that's a question we will never have an answer to in this trial, at least, because he was yeeted. And hopefully, many defense attorneys will look at this trial and use the fact that he was yeeted in order for him to not ruining other people's lives by his immense incompetence.
Court indulgent.
No further questions. All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present.
First of all, thank you to Chicken Poo. From a Canadian to across the pond, this is the most stupid case. Thank you for your input and insight. What a mess. I agree. I agree. Thank you for your support. What what he's trying to ask him is, what's your actual training? And he goes off on, well, with my experience, blah, 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 blah. That's not the question. You're not an entertainment expert. You're not a music expert. You have a fucking slideshow. That's it. Where you claim that music and movies are ruining black folks.
To adults and other cops and educating them in the gang unit. A lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training
that.
materials.
None of it. Magazines.
No actual studies. He's been reading magazines.
We might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something and all that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton because a lot of gang they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything, but I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. Mm-hmm. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Right. Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood.
Yes.
And you're saying that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the stage, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
As Miku's headphone says, there is peer-reviewed scholarly sources on these things, but they are not in support of his claims. And I know that the defense have an actual gang expert on their witness list. They have people there with actual training who did the actual work. And
from listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed.
This here is the slight difference between LawTube and CrimeTube, so to speak. LawTube, law degree. That's it, more or less. It could be good, it could be bad. It's all up to the viewers to decide if it's a jackass with a law degree or some credible person with a law degree. I have a law degree. I work with labor law. I've been doing it for over 30 years. I'm not an American. I've not done the American law. So it's up to you to decide, are my claims credible? And I have had numerous US-based lawyers on my show since I started this. And I would... Yeah, am I an expert? No, but I don't claim I'm an expert. I'm giving you my interpretation, and you all know sometimes I'm wrong, and you tell me I'm wrong. And that's excellent, because then I learn something new that day. And but this guy claims to be an expert because he watches movies, he listens to songs.
Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it, and by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art, and it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand.
I thought Detective Thorpe was squirrel brain, not Detective Dennis. But you can say it on both of them.
And exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Is that's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you.
What? Yeah, young commune. Good. This is like the doctor who gave a psych profile on Johnny Depp based on watching his movies. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Now, I can't tell. I'm bad at slang, and but according to Urban Dictionary, defines down bad at feeling the feeling of being so attracted to someone you almost feel depressed that you two aren't together. But it's mostly used to refer to basic feelings of longing, desperation, sadness, depression, and loneliness. Yeah, I mean, there are probably many different interpretations of it, but he claims it's this and this alone. And no. Down bad. I have another interpretation. When you're so desperate for something that you lose all rational thought. But he's saying, yeah, if you use that phrase, it means you are hurting someone, cutting them down, killing them, hurting them. He's a moron.
So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him. But that's not what the purpose.
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right.
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different.
According to case law, there is a difference. There is a difference. That's just like saying the book Lolita is an actual depiction of, well, PDFing. It's a book. What's in there is not real. It's First Amendment. So no, I do not think that Judge Whitaker's interpretation is correct here.
All right, let's get the jury in here.
2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You know, this time, say like State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
and is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time say by the tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
Okay, let's go ahead and approach now.
And as a token of my gratitude to K Squared for your extremely generous super chat, you are now you're an honorary Viking of today. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are now at sidebar counter 302.
I'm gonna also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
It was a State's Exhibit 545Y.
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay, and was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
I'm just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it's a picture. Sadly, I don't have the sound for this. Here is where it happens. Here is when Detective Dennis almost caused a mistrial with prejudice. This seasoned, decades of experience, testified in numerous trials, who knows better, goes off to say, as commentary to this picture, that this went in and out of prison all the time, or something of the sort. And oh boy, did hell froze over, did it. It became interesting. Because you can see here, they are immediately walking up to the judge. Immediately. This is like minutes after she proffered him as an expert. What was it? Half an hour later? And he does this. That almost causes the state everything. Sidebar counter 303. This. Jury was sent out. The witness.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Don't care if it wasn't your intention. You asked a question, and that was his answer. You should have, and we've been through this earlier on this day, how you claimed you prepared your witness. And still, he says something incredibly stupid like that.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Let's move to when they come back. And I have opinions about the case law the prosecution tries to argue.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reason for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and move for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm going to skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement, the other evidence in the case, and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor.
The case law she cites was testimony from a co-defendant, not a seasoned officer. The case law she cites does not apply. It's not even in Georgia. It is in, West Virginia. And it's not been, that case never reached the Supreme Court. Cases that have reached the US Supreme Court says that if you are a law enforcement officer, you should know better. It's a violation of due process. And I don't know what prompted Mr. Dennis to blurt that out, but I will not put it out of the contention that he might, because the prosecution knows they can't elicit this, then it would have been out. Probably mistrial with prejudice in a heartbeat. But I won't take it out of the realm of possibilities that he was coached to say something like that in order to get a normal mistrial. Because if it's a normal mistrial without prejudice, everything just starts over. And Chicken Poo says, preach Nick, thank you for $2, Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Yeah, as Mikus Headphone says, I think he did it intentionally. Yeah, I can't see how that was unintentional.
Given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention, when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture, the state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the store.
What effing evidence? Your interpretation of what is evidence, I mean, even for circumstantial evidence, this is so incredibly weak. I mean, I've heard more credible things at grandma's bingo parlor.
Excuse me, the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court was the reference, isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent. Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictment, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course.
Yeah. What's happening here is, again, the broadness and the vagueness of the Georgia RICO Act that allows prior convictions to come in as evidence of they are a gang under the RICO Act. This is what the lawmakers wanted. I don't know if they wanted this, but this is the result of bad lawmaking. And yeah.
With a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness, pass that as well.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It was
an
a fellow
inmate, right?
inmate.
And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here. I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence, and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors that counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to get.
Yeah. It's the RICO. How the Georgia RICO Act is written that allows a person, remember, he did those crimes, he served his time, and now he's charged with the same crimes again. Or he's charged with being convicted of these crimes as a part of RICO. And that is the excuse Judge Whitaker uses in this case. For me, it's an excuse. A mistrial with prejudice is so warranted. And on top of this, again, at what point is enough enough? How much misconduct are the state allowed to get away with? How much? This is mistrial, motion for mistrial number 46 or 47. All but maybe 2 or 3 are warranted. Could have been a mistrial with prejudice, each and one of them, except maybe 2 or 3 of them. At what point is enough enough? But again, as I said earlier, it appears that no matter what, in Georgia, trials are going to the jury. But I do believe that the cumulative effect of all the misconduct warrants a mistrial with prejudice in itself. By far.
Of a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right.
That, on the other hand, is a huge sanction. Huge. Detective Dennis is more or less the person who ties everything together to this RICO thing. A lot of people gets to testify thanks to him testifying about this is what I did. And now he's gone. And that's a huge hit for the prosecution. Huge hit.
Proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine So it would be a
Okay.
confrontation clause. It would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the two
Yes.
times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
what I was-
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, I have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert
All
your
right.
honorable court if you
Yeah.
don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we can just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
No, not going to happen, because everything he testified to on his seating is gone. Everything. Every piece of evidence that was admitted through him, gone. Every photo, every video, all of that, gone. Every document, gone. Now they have to find a way to get those in by some other means. But he testified on a few of these, on half of these at least, pieces of evidence that he was the one who got it. He was the one who saw it. He was the one instructing to go find out more. Which means that even if they bring up somebody else who says, well, I looked over his shoulder, that's not enough. I assume the prosecution will go full haywire and ask Detective Gaither to lie for them, because she's done that before. That's nothing new to that thing. But this is a huge hit for the state's case. Him out. But then again, how can you make the jurors not remember? As I said earlier, my hope here is they come back, they hear the instruction, they now know he's gone, and every piece of evidence and the notes are shredded. His credibility shattered. The prosecution can't mention his name again without them remembering, the jury remembering, that he was yeeted just like Judge Glanville was, by misconduct.
But I don't
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like, this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take.
Silver Girl asked, the stuff he introduced prior to today is out as well as today's evidence. No. What his testimony in this, now when he came back, from when he sat down and started talking, all of that is gone. The two prior times, no, that is still in.
That sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask that.
Do I need to
Ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal
Yeah.
as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Do you have a
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right, go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further.
I would love for her to do it in front of
Okay.
the cameras, at least.
I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor. And I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
Yeah. Now, the rest of the day. Oh, there's some bad stuff. But the bad stuff is really, again, during cross-examination of what we are about to hear and see, was taken really good care of, because this idiot shot a cop. And we are going to get into that, I believe.
And it was denied, is my recollection.
It was not bifurcated, Your Honor.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated,
I think we did.
and it was denied, is my recollection.
It might be,
And so,
it might be, I'm gonna check, you overreact as well, and that's why I think that,
Ah.
I'm gonna check. So you overact, so like a felony murder with the other.
Okay. What is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, this whole indictment.
Yeah, that would
I mean,
be
there has to
weird.
be some reason, but,
Over at 187,
That's why it wasn't that.
okay, well,
189.
The 187 is just possession of fire. But that's it's 189.
189. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay.
Jeff's in chat. Jeff's in the house. Jeffy. It's Friday where you are, and it's also Friday where I am. Oh, by the way, remember, tomorrow is Friday panel show. I will have all the usual guests will be invited. I've been told by Kat, of course, she will be here. I assume Miss Sylvia will show up. I will send an invite to Doug, but it's Friday and he has actually a life outside of this. And Kayla Bumpus will show up, she said to me earlier today. So remember, tomorrow at roughly 7 p.m. After my well, it depends on what happens tomorrow, how long they will actually go tomorrow. After my recap, we will go directly into Friday panel show. So remember that for tomorrow.
Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you.
There might be a
Okay,
beer
which
or
actually
two.
then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
There might be a beer or two. And if people are especially generous, yes, the wheel of regrets will show up.
In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to Overt Act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
Trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversations.
Let's skip ahead to the actual jury instruction. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun.
Instruction. Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 in Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before. If anybody.
Folks, I just hit 11,000 subscribers. Yay! Thank you. And I actually think I know who did it. Gina Hart's Poetry says, just subscribed. Thanks to the recap. You're probably subscriber number 11,000. Woo. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. Yay. Now, we had the big celebration at 10,000. And, oh, still climbing. Yay. Now, the next huge celebration, I might have a drink or two tomorrow. But next big celebration is at 25,000. I think that's when that happens, I don't know. But I wouldn't mind if it happened sooner than later. All right, let's get back to trial.
Written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Do I say call Officer Rogers then?
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I'm not a person who is big on shaming. I don't think this is shaming. But how can you look both 15 and 50 at the same time?
David Rogers, DavidRodgers.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay. Thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section.
Yes, I know. He is the officer who was shot. And there are... talks a lot about it, and then they actually admitted into evidence. Now I won't play it because I want my channel still monetized. So I'm skipping ahead. He's driving up towards the crime scene. Well, what will be the crime scene. Okay. Let's turn the sound off at least. He immediately jumps out and tells this guy, get on the ground, get on the ground. And right about here, guns fire. A lot of gunfire. A lot of gunfire. This is both from the suspect and return fire from another cop. And amazingly, according to what was shown, this other cop emptied his magazine against the assailant, or the alleged assailant, or the convicted assailant, whatever rocks your boat. And he missed all of it. He missed him at about maybe 20 yards. He missed all of them.
At 1917.
Yeah, that's about it that I'm going to show, except cross-examination. I don't remember if there was one. They showed other imaging and how they arrested the guy. And I'm here for cross-examination.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon.
Oh, this is not okay. So he went off the stand, and then this guy showed up.
Sure. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw. What we just saw on the screen. These two videos. One was a dash cam. One was a body cam. True?
That's right.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them. True?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time. True?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car. And am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, yes, I saw
right.
that.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
Right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage shows, yes.
And would you agree with me? The footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it shows. Yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
For Eppinger, you mean?
That's
no,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, this guy Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
all right.
what you said. Correct.
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears in
Okay.
the video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys questions for this witness?
Folks. Oh. Hold on. There you go. Mr. Jingles is here. I had to bribe him. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I heard him come in and yeah. I thought you wanted to see Mr. Jingles. There he is. Hello. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Everybody, this is Mr. Jingles. He is our fearless leader of the Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs, a non-criminal organization. Yeah, so this is, we do not promote violence or anything, and we do not take responsibility for each other's acts or words. Yay, Mr. Jingles. All right, let's get back to trial. And there.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State House Sergeant William Johnson.
Now, what the attorney explained in his cross-examination, this is one act by one person, and it's cannot be in furtherance of any gang. It's just stupid. Why would this be in furtherance? It is one guy. He was arrested for it. He was charged for it. He was convicted for it. He's doing time for it. Yeah. I'm going to rearrange. I'm going to rearrange this, remove this piece so that his comfy seat will be here because he really doesn't want to go up there.
And you swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell the first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William, Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and
Yeah, I tried to bribe him, and then he let himself be bribed, Mr. Jingles, and then he's off.
other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Listen here how the prosecution sneakily tries to make this guy into a gang expert because they lost Detective Dennis. That's the desperation.
And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
From, it's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, the vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to AP headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I ended up taking that vehicle and heading towards AP headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to AP headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator that said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters, where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And he said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Overruled.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby, and that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was going to just give up.
Objection, speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something, I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happens next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out.
Yeah, I don't think the video actually matched the FBI guy's description.
Out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better.
The sequence of events. Cop goes out, tries to pull the suspect down to the ground, fails, gets shot at. A few seconds later, you hear somebody emptying their magazine. And then, according to the video, you start to see movement and some sighting of another person there, allegedly helping him. That is not the sequence this FBI agent is testifying to. No, this does not add up.
A better spot to.
Speculation.
And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all his injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I don't think it's...
Showing you what's been marked
Sir,
as 4SS?
I don't care.
Is that
FBI
the video that
agent.
you watched today?
It is.
Did there
No way.
appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, courtroom sound is what it is. I know.
And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
Let's see that again. I'm turning off sound here. Fires, runs off. Let's see that again. More than one black vehicle. He runs up, tries to pull him down. Gets shot. Runs off. Return fire. That's not a gunfight, in my opinion. That's not a... Whatever it wasn't a standoff or anything. Shots fired, he ran off. See that again. Runs out, grabs him. Fight, gunfire. Runs off. Yeah.
Yes.
He was shot in the back of the head. Okay. So where did who collapsed onto the ground? That was the miniature cop we saw earlier. Yeah, the sequence of events does not match this guy's testimony. Back of the head and back of right shoulder.
In the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area.
Yes.
And I'm going to...
Let's just try to... Okay. It's up here. Struggle. Disengage. Still a bit of struggle. Disengage.
And are you in that black vehicle?
He turns around, the cop there. He turns around. Somewhere here, shots get fired. I don't see the FBI agent yet. And then he falls over. Where is the FBI agent? There's the FBI agent. There. At my marker. That's how I interpret it. And he runs off. Where's the shootout? There's no shootout. That is him shooting and him running. Boom, gone. And now he takes cover. Yeah, it's confusing.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute. Did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Thank you for being here, Jeff. Peace out, Limes.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? All right.
Here comes another good cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day, okay?
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD, I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True?
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Also ask for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there's a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment.
Where did he stop to talk to a guy at the gates? I didn't see one.
Complex.
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground.
Correct.
He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needs to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been affecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand. But you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does it name Durante Beebe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about the shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the
And here she goes, tries to sneakily proffer him as a gang expert.
unit for 10 years.
Yes.
As a investigator within the gang unit, did you find that sometimes
I'm going to object to the question. He's not been qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question's going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
as a member,
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
as an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Did you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And do you know Durante Beebe through your work in the gang?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
You're right, I can approach.
All right.
That brings us to sidebar counter 304. And Chicken Poo for another $2 Canadian says, I'm in Canada and I'm scared of this gang being 5-0. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust that, Glowy. And the magic of recap, skipping ahead.
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
Dave says he will drink with
And
me
let me
if
ask you,
there's
based on your
tomorrow.
training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Object again, he's not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information.
This is so ridiculous how he tries to explain, oh, sure, I have training. We had meetings. That's not training.
Meetings. We have formal training, probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal.
100 hours of formal gang training. He was there for a decade, 10 years, and they had a combined 2.5 weeks of training. Formal training. Yeah. That's no.
Gang training.
And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
I'm not allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross?
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
In the surveillance video? He wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers. You hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Yeah. He knew that he was going to be objected to. He knew it was going to be sustained. But yeah, he got that through. He really got that through. It's ridiculous.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
Stick call Sergeant Stephen Hesse.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony. State this bill.
ESEY. So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently?
Oh, and question by, what's his name again? Butters? Because Adam Abate, Abat Tai. That's the guy.
Employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, I guess, a supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, last year, can you tell the jurors how long you've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year was 22 years. This year will be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit, also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those wanted fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather as much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were I guess going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in the area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name, try to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, give him direction so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we just put him in handcuffs, everything be good, but it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while to, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated.
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B, and previously been admitted in evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors, what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Your Honor, got any further questions? Have you read it?
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. And I think that takes us to the end of today.
Yeah. All that cop was there for was to testify. Oh, look, he had a YSL tattoo in his face.
I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, we're doing.
All right. Let's see what the final words of the day was.
That anybody needs to. All right. Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls. And
Jail calls for cell phone.
right. And of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet?
Again, they had several non-jury days, and still the prosecution is aiming to get stuff in that isn't litigated. It is infuriating.
That's it?
That's what I thought.
That's it, is investigator, Vivarito, jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And in the Sumlin,
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
my understanding, there was two things from Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was two different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing from Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that will be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Vivarito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
We did do the one. Ms. Hilton?
Yes.
Yeah, as Eric Rose says here, this case is a Frankenstein freak the DA created. Yeah, they make shit up as they move along. The only reason why they litigated so much in the non-jury days is because they had to. Before that, barely gave notice, tried to sneak in things, and they'd done that the entire time.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
As Chicken Poo says, $2 Canadian, state can't admit much anymore. Yeah, depends on how much has the fingerprints of Detective Dennis. And yeah, it is so infuriating. It is so infuriating, this case. So much misconduct. I mean, I think I covered 18 trials on my channel. And those other 17 combined doesn't even pass the first month of this trial of misconduct or shenanigans. And one thing that Glanville threatened with that I hope they can bring up is, if you keep being late, I will not admit the evidence. And here we are again. Thank you so much again, Chicken Poo.
Your Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigators if he sent the message. We have the date.
Oh, yeah. The talk about Mr. Arnold. Miss Ashley Merchant's client. Oh, this can be good. This can be good.
Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the date. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one,
Definitely litigated that.
yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them, the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam. the
That's
drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And when,
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right. Could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last two portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Arnold counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well.
That was jackass Adam Abate, a bat tie, saying Miss Merchant lied in her letters. Yeah, I don't think that will go over well. I really don't think that will go over well. First, you string her client along for months and months. Now she was fed up and told the court, okay, this is what happens. This is what happened. I'm not taking it. And now this weasel is claiming she's lying. That's not a wise choice to make, Mr. Abatai. That might have been a really stupid choice to call Ashley Merchant a liar.
You saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's she has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand. And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
All right. Well, hopefully.
It'll
He
definitely
said
be Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right. And one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay.
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but
Oh, that won't
that's
happen.
very, very ambitious.
Oh, that won't happen.
So
They are not
just
closing their
continue to the
case
extent you
this
can
side
to
of
streamline this case.
2025.
Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that was day 146. Detective Dennis, yeet it! And they will close a little earlier tomorrow, which means my recap will start a little earlier tomorrow. And After recap tomorrow, it is Friday panel show with me, Kat, Sylvia, Kayla, and a bunch more. Hopefully. Either way, I think we know what the subject will be this week. Oh, all right, folks. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you to K Squared for $100 super chat, who by that became honorary Viking. And thank you to the donation via PayPal. And most of all, thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to try to translate this faster clock of a trial. Thank you for everything. Without you guys, this wouldn't happen. But as I usually finish, hug your family, folks. Unless your family's crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you all back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In the court now where time stood still, generations pass on the hill. Prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption's grip tight as a vice. In this endless trial, we pay the price.